Morning, Hadouken. How you doing, Vongo? So far, Vongo's the only first. Oof. Got your cat into a calendar, Vongo. Nice. Do you get royalties for this cat being in the calendar? Like 1 cent from every sale. No, ripped off. Ripped off. Oh, disappointing. We're gonna test this out for Velcro bits. Start off. Hey, Hadoukenins over there on YouTube. Ping pong. You smart ass. You smart ass, Hadoukenin. I will manually unpin it. Dex! Ooh, Dex taken first. You get a discount to buy the calendar? Yuck. Yuck. I would have taken the money and just not bought a calendar. Look up Paw Prince yearly calendar. My cat is November. The paw print. So I take it you submitted your cat? I'm not seeing it. Yearly. How are we, Dex? Paw print store. The paw print? This is what it'll be. Well, no, this only goes through to... Who wants a calendar that goes from September to August? What? Maybe it's Paw Prince. That's Paw Prince Dog Rescue. I'm doing good.
And there was much rejoicing.
I'm not sure. I don't think you can on YouTube, just because YouTube's a bit terrible for detecting fake stuff, like spam and whatnot. It's like, what's the base URL? Wait, is it thepawprint.shop or thepawprint.store? I'm about to head to sleep. Wanted to stop in and say hello. Hello, Dramier. How are you? Well, obviously you're tired. Have a good sleep, Dramier. Yeah, because there's the pawprint.store, but there's no pawprint.store. So, I don't know what you're talking about. Let me go here. So, let's test this out. Let's test this game out. This is the game in progress being made by Velcro Beans. Look at that artwork. Look at it. Look at how nice it looks. Looks so pretty. Good music. Got some settings. Okay, so we got some UI bits. Okay, so that's a different texture that's just stretching over all of it. Yep. And they're just for show at the moment. Cool. Nice. Start game. Edging for eternity. Okay, so let me bring up some notes here. Left mouse. Ooh, right mouse. Okay. And then the bottom right of the health bar down here is going to be 1, 2, and 3. Okay. Okay. Second, the blue teleporter in town is waiting to the dungeon. Okay. Got some nice wandering. Nice open areas, got those, yep. Looks very nice. Yep, that's... Oh, damn. There's a dash, too. Oh. NPC got lost a bit. I remember that. It's a barrel boy. Oh, I didn't ask Velcro. So that portal there will send you into the dungeon. Jeepers. Ah. Got them all. Okay, yep, got some lighter occluder. Okay, so they're just tapestries. Ow. They hurt me. Oh, Jesus, hello. That was close. And there's the key. Cool. What's that? Okay, so you can damage those. What do we got? another key. No key? No, there we go. Alright, so detection on the keys a little bit out. There's the portal. Those dungeons PCG? That is a good question. I believe they are. I believe they are. Oh, jeez. Those were. Alright, they're all taken out. I do like the lighting around the, like, this here. I like how they've done that. Just set up some, like, light occluder at this level, basically. Stop it from going out. I think... because it definitely looks like there's a light occluder starting there, which is why there's nothing going above that line. I think what might be better for them is if they had the light occluder go up and around like that. So that way the light doesn't come around here, but it still illuminates the entire wall. Is this from a game jam? No. So I've pinned the game. It's a game that's being worked on by Velcro Beans. They're working on it on stream and such at the moment. So it's not publicly available yet. They were nice enough to give me a key this morning. I'm just playing it to give it a bit of a test out, see what it's like, give them some feedback and whatnot. I do agree that the movement does seem a bit fast. Movement does seem a bit fast. That could be an aesthetic choice though. But it does make, like, dodging and whatnot very difficult. Okay. Not too shabby. So NPCs seem to get stuck on corners. Got some Z indexing. Or Y sorting, I should say. Some Y sorting troubles. That's all good. So we've got Archer, Warrior, Cleric, I assume. Yep, that tells you your damage. You got your inventory there. Not bad. Yep, tab also brings it up. Lovely. Not shabby. Let's see what else we've got. I mean, the combat is nice. It's not too difficult, but it is kind of like level 1 stuff, so you wouldn't want it to be too difficult anyway. But yeah, the movement does seem a bit off. The attack also... you see how it's like going above the mouse. If I'm moving, it goes towards the mouse. But if I'm staying still, kind of goes above the mouse a bit. Unless you're above the screen. Okay, so the further down the mouse is, the more distance there is between. Yeah, so the attack direction is a little bit out. A little bit of tweak. Not shabby. Not too shabby at all. Very Zelda. Might even be Link to the Past inspired. And so you find out how to generate a 2D tile layer in a thread. Really like the dungeon. You should be able to create 2D tile layer stuff. Via script and just have that run on a thread. What issue do you have when you do that? G'day, Escamina. What do we got here? What did that do? Oh, those are decoys. Oh, okay. So if I go back into here. Where's some enemies? Okay, so there's the exit. I think this is one of the issues they were having was stuff not spawning. Stuff not spawning on the second run type of thing. Oh no, there they are. Okay. Let's go here. Jesus. Hello. Jeepers. All right. Now. Ooh, hello. Okay. Beautiful. Whatever that was. Then that sends me out. All right, cool. So the items are only there while you're in the dungeon. All right. That's fair. Not too bad. Not too bad. I like it. Good morning for a second time. G'day. It's the trees for me. Nah, okay. Want to use the auto tile from Godot to make the walls look nice, but it takes several seconds. Still my first game though. Yeah. That's nice. I like that. It's a good game. It's a good little game right there. Not too shabby. Alright. Well, let's get into ours, shall we? I need to start figuring out data loading. Been great fun. The stuttering of those flying projectiles don't look too good for their speed. Yeah. Hello again, Mr. J. How are you? Yeah, like there's a few graphical things and whatnot to fix up, but I think more like focusing on the gameplay side of things is better at the moment. So like the movement speed, the attack not quite lining up to where the mouse is, stuff like that. Yeah. Also, there was something with the things. Gameplay workbook's fun. Yeah, like your dungeon run build. I think the idea behind the game is when it's done, the town is destroyed, and you're rebuilding the town. That's going to be the idea behind it. So it'll be a roguelike kind of setup. Starting to wonder if you ever sleep every time I get on your live. Not complaining. I sleep. So when this stream ends, I go to bed. I sleep for about 7 hours. And then 9 hours after this stream ends, I'm back up and back at it. Won't able to get that done. Let's see. Let's go. We need dialogue. Whoops. We need dialogue, and we also need. What else do we need? Not bytes. Oh, whoops. I think we can have one file for each byte. So we can get rid of this. In here, we can have we'll start with our most simple one. Sydney funnel web. And do I want it to be a JSON? Easiest file structure for loading. Not directory structure. Easiest file type for loading. Because I'm thinking what I need is to load all the files, populate the object, and we can do something like we do Sydney funnel web. What? It's a BGI. I mean, I can name it whatever I want, really. So the file type could be what? A Crikey. So in here we can do something like name. Sydney funnel web. Symptoms. Let's start getting this info. Painful bites. Localized swelling. Profuse sweating. Numbness around mouth. Tongue spasms. What makes you use this engine over other engines? Seems like a lot of people use Unity or Unreal. Still not sure what engine I want to go for. So I use Godot because of how simple it is. For example, Unreal Engine, when you install it, it's going to be about 80 gigabytes in size, if not more. Unity, you're looking at around about 10 gigabytes when it's installed. Godot, you download an executable that's about 120 megabytes. Awesome. This one though, the RayLib game library. The reason I'm using the RayLib game library for game jams now is so that I can get better at C++ programming. And then in the future, I can go, you know what? I want to do some Odin programming. Yeah. So let's get the Odin bindings for RayLib, because I already know RayLib. So we'll start learning Odin with the bindings for RayLib, or perhaps Rust, or Zig, or Gia, if that language is ever made available. That'd be good for me. I use the laptop at the moment, getting a PC built here soon. Yeah, it's just very, very simple. Why the switch to Odin? I'm not switching to Odin. I'm just saying that, like, I'm using RayLib for game jams because if in the future I want to practice game dev with a different programming language, I can just get the bindings for that language and then start programming the game in that language. You know, do a game jam and learn that language and whatnot. So, I mean, there's bindings for Odin, there's bindings for Zig and Rust and Go and all that kind of stuff. That for instance, that for callable. Is that Odin? I've never seen Odin code. I think it's, from what I've seen, I think it has like FN for function, which is similar to what Go does. and stuff like that. Muscle spasms. How you doing, Car? Some name proc args. Really? Ah, yeah, main proc. Oh, that's right. Was the input and the Mac and the package stuff? That's similar to Go. No, like. You know, like import bytes. Then you've got like does Go have packages? Yeah, package main, then you got your imports. That's like similar. This here is similar to Go. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But then yeah, Go's just funk. Blah. Hypertension. Hypotension. High blood pressure. Low blood pressure. Hyperventilation. Irreversible cardiac arrest. I love how a symptom is death. I don't think that's a symptom. I think that's the result. God damn it. Oh. Emergency services, okay. That's pretty simple. Remain as calm as possible. To reduce the spread of the venom. And contact emergency services ASAP. So I figure with this type of setup, what I can do, I can put in a very simple parser. put in a very simple parser that just goes, find the first thing inside brackets. When we get that, we go, all right, this maps to, like, this thing maps to this property or this field in the object. So store that here. And we read over all the lines until we get down to the closing tag. Very simple parser. Doesn't need to be complicated. We've only got 2 weeks to build this, so let's not make it too crazy. How you doing, Skate? You good? Good to hear. How you going, Fizzy? Nah, you were right the first time, Skate. God. Yep. You're God. Cool dialogue. We can have about Scuba Man. Somebody scubaed to a Disney restaurant and stole 20k wearing a scuba suit. They scubaed away before police arrived. Let me guess, Fizzy. This took place in Florida. Is that right? Is that right? Florida, Disney World, scuba theft. Yep. Yep. Of course it's Florida. Where else is Disney World? Hello, Bernardo. How are you doing? They were counting the money after the business closed for the evening when a man in a scuba suit allegedly robbed them of $20,000. God damn. God damn. That's weird. It's weird, but it's also like, god damn, that's waiting. That's going to be turned into a movie. Like, even if this guy gets caught and goes to jail, he could sell the rights. Like, he could sell his story of how he did it and how he planned it to some movie company and go, there you go. Give me a ton of money, more than $20,000, that's for sure. That would be a hilarious comedy movie. That would be such a good comedy movie. Put too much salt in my dinner. I really, really hope that his name is Steve. So that he can be Scuba Steve. I want to see a scene where he's flip-flopping away. What we need this to be now is questions. Actually. Cue symptoms. What? Can you tell me? No. I need a question that works for both the person calling having been bitten and them calling because they're with someone that's been bitten. And the question needs to work for every type of bite. Yeah. Have you ever lost a close family member? If so, how did you cope? I haven't. I haven't, actually. Both grandparents on my father's side are still around. Same with uncles and aunts on that side. On my mother's side, all the uncles and aunts that I've met and been in contact with over the years are still around. And I think my grandparents on my mother's side are both gone, but they got into their 90s. So I wouldn't say close, but yeah. Haven't coped, or haven't had to cope. My family history is all farmers, so they're all pretty fit. They're all pretty fit, and they're all going on into the years. What question can we ask about symptoms? You're so glad water exists? I mean, me too. Without water, we wouldn't be here right now. But at the same time, with too much water, we aren't able to be here. Is it itchy? No, so I want a question that's just like asking them to like, it's just a single question. It's like, what symptoms are you experiencing? But I need the question to not be directed to the person calling or be directed to a third party. I need it to be a question that can be to either the person on the phone or the person that they're calling on behalf of. So no they, no them, no there, no your, no you. Yeah. Yeah. Actually. Because, yeah, what symptoms are present is good, but I want to, like, expand a little bit. What up, Fira? How are you doing, you fantastic Gadunticle? Let me give you a shout-out here. Give you a bit of a shout-out, everyone. Check out Fira. Amazing dev. They actually get a lot of stuff done, unlike me. Yeah. I'm good. Thank you very much. Thank you for asking. Oh, also, Bernardo, that's actually the reason why I've got a game that I want to make because I think it would do really well. And it's on the different stages of grief. But I've never experienced it, so I don't think I can make a game about that because I'm not the right person to make that game. Watching in my friend's apartment while construction workers change the windows. Ah, interesting. Well, very, very interesting. So you're just like standing there watching them change the windows. And you're like, if they try to come in to steal something, you're like, watching you. No, they can change themselves. I'm sit in the living room and hang out with you peeps. Yay! I'm doing with Lost right now. I'm really tough. But that's life, I think. Yeah, it is life. Sorry to hear. It's unfortunate. I don't think it's ever easy on anyone. One thing people keep saying is don't listen to people that say it's gonna get better. Yeah. Work through it. Speak to people if you need. Find people you can talk to about it and stuff like that. Oops. I need to be an insert first. Lost my mother was 18. Nothing kills that. Yeah. Exactly. You just live. Yeah. One thing my mother is very honest about is my mother has said multiple times that for her funeral, she doesn't want people sitting around in a church and like being sad and stuff. No. She wants people to get drunk. She essentially wants to have an Irish wake. She wants an Irish wake, basically. She wants people to have fun. She wants people to celebrate her life. She doesn't want people to be sad. She wants people to be like, yeah, she had such a good life. Woo. Oh, 3 weeks ago, Bernardo. Yeah, that's not good. W, mum. Yeah. Yeah. Tell people about them. Hang out with family, talk to them. Reminisce. Talk about the good times and whatnot. It's never going to get better. It's never going to get easier. Things will just be different. I don't want to bring down the mood of the stream by talking about this. Sorry. Hey, you're good. You're good. You need to talk about it. You need to talk about it. It's perfectly fine. Can you describe the symptoms? I like, can you describe the symptoms? I do like that. Never had that conversation because it was unexpected. Yeah, exactly. What makes me go on is that I'm pretty sure she always wanted me to be happy. So I must honor the dedication she had raising me. That's fair. That's fair. I do like the question, can you describe the symptoms? The different answers... The different answers can relate to this stuff. But so the way it's going to work is all of this stuff will get populated into an object. And then when the player gets a call, it's going to pick one of the objects randomly. And when they're talking to the NPC, when the player is trying to get information, there will be information in here that the NPC will throw out. You know, like, hey, this. Yeah. And then you've got these questions that you ask. But not all of this call dialogue will be said. It will pick bits and pieces of the dialogue. And not all of these answers will be picked. It'll pick bits and pieces of the answers. Sure you don't bring the phone to the bathroom while watching? No one should take their phone into the bathroom and watch stuff when they're sitting on the toilet. That's how you get pink eye. Poop particles in the air, and then you're touching the phone. And then you leave the bathroom and you're taking the phone with you with all the poop particles over it. And then you're touching the phone and touching your... Yeah. Do you have a starting saying... like when you call 911, no, it's your emergency. I'll probably put that in a separate object. I won't put it in here because this is just specifically for the Sydney funnel web. In Brazil, we have this tradition to poo into the toilet. There's no poo flying anywhere. So Escamina. The smell is poo particles. Okay? And so whenever you smell something when you're in the bathroom that smells like poop, it's because it's poop particles that are in the air. Okay? It's not like the air around you goes, they're taking a poo. I need to start smelling bad so that they know that there's poo in the area. Exactly, Bernardo. Celebrate their accomplishments. You're one of their accomplishments. So... let's think. What can the answers be for this? Hmm. I'm just wondering if this structure is the correct way to go. Now, I don't want the questions to be specific like that, Moonbase, because otherwise the player's gonna have like 150 different questions that they can ask. I just want it to be general questions like, can you describe the symptoms? And then either the person calling says like, I don't know. I don't know, they're unconscious, or I don't know, they can't speak, or something like that. Or they start giving like a few different responses. Yeah. So, yeah. So what's the best way to structure this data? Because I don't want it to be like this. I don't like it. No, I don't want it to be anything like YAML or JSON or anything like that, where it's got like a complex structure to the data, because then it becomes like, then I've got to set up like a package that can handle YAML parsing and JSON parsing and stuff like that. Whereas with this setup here, I can just have it like, I can just be like, this here, start reading the file. If the file matches this regex, where it's like, you know, starts with a open brace, ends with a closing brace, then what's inside it is the name of the field that we're setting, and any values underneath it are values being set on that property. So if the property is a string, it's just going to assign. So like this would be a string, it would just assign the next line to that, and then it would go, cool, we're at the end. For symptoms, that would be an array of strings, so it would go, all right, this is the, like it would append these to the array one after the other, sort of thing. So it's very straightforward, but it's down here with the call dialog that it gets confusing. So what we do, what if description? No. Because the description would be coming from the, like, you'd go into the byte section and it would have that. We can go photo. We do that. I think all the dialogue stuff, and we can get rid of all that. All of this can be specific to the animal. Then we can set up a different thing for dialogue, which maps. What I'll do, I'm gonna change this to high blood pressure. We'll change this to low blood pressure. And we can do confusion. So I think if we go like that, then what I can do is inside my dialogue object, or my QA file, I can have painful bite as a list of options that could be said by the NPC. So, and then we have questions. So in here we go like dialogue, and we go questions, let's go. We'll come back to this in a moment, actually. We'll do a game duel. Do a game duel and kind of let our minds reset. Okay. Game mode, single player, multiplayer. That was before 2004. I gotta try Postal 2. First person before 2003. Okay, now it's starting to get to the like the Quake 2. 98 to 2000. Okay. 98 to 2000. Medal of Honor. 98. First person 98 single player multiplayer shooter. This is going to be like an Unreal Tournament or something. Sci-fi, horror, warfare. I don't think that's Half-Life. Oh shit, it's Half-Life. Okay, there you go. There you go, Escamina. You got it. Jesus Christ. Don't forget, y'all, we've got our community goal going on. It is very achievable to be. It's very achievable. We need 19 people a day on average contributing 2,000 points. So, very easy to happen. So it's not Halo. It's not a shooter. So if it's not a shooter, it's probably not a sci-fi. So it'll be an action. First or third person. No, not Dishonored. There you go, look at that. Another 2,000 in. I mean, we're already at like 21,000. It only started today, and we're already at 21,000. Crikeys. Crikey. It's an emergency. First person or third person. It's not going to be a Borderlands, that's for sure. I feel it's going to be an Xbox published. It won't be Minecraft, will it? No.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay! Ads are over. Alright, so 2005, 2008. First person or third person with something else. It's not a sim, it's not a shooter, it's not a strategy. Looks like it's gonna be a rogue RP, like a fantasy action, an RPG fantasy action. It won't be Dragon Age. It is an RPG. It is single player. It is an looks like it's an action fantasy of some sort. Thank you, Eskimina, for contributing. What if we do... Neverwinter Nights? That was before 2005, wasn't it? And it's not single player either. I don't think it'll be Oblivion. Oblivion's first and third person. This, like, we've already ruled that out as being the option. What will be the skin? What? What will be the skin? What will be the skin? Gran Turismo? Nah, it's not a racing genre. If it was a racing genre, I may do it. Last long stream, you're using the maid skin. There won't be one. Alright? Alright. Gran Turismo is action, but the genre is not racing, so it's not going to be Gran Turismo. I want to see if it's just first person. So I'm going to go Counter-Strike Source. Okay, it's not first person, so it's looking like it's just third person. Third person comedy fantasy action on probably Microsoft Game Studio Publishing. Is this Conkers? No. Damn it. Gran Turismo is text-based. Fable? Could be. Okay, yeah, it's Fable. Oh, Pepper! Good day, you good dunce. How are you doing? How are ya doing? I'm about to lose this. Oh, snap! We got it! Fable, The Lost Chapters. Oh, nice. Nice. What were you up to, Pepper? Tell us all about it. I'm trying to figure out data structure of stuff and whatnot. Yeah. That's what I'm trying to do. I spent like 6 hours reinstalling Arch and configuring everything again. This is exactly why I have a separate root partition. So that if I need to reinstall Arch, I still have my Hyperland config, my Waybar config, my OBS settings, my Firefox profiles, all my code and repositories and stuff. Still checked out on this machine. Yeah. Ow. Oh, yeah, that's right. I can get rid of you. Oops. I have all my dot files backed up, but I don't have a good list or automation for installing all the apps and stuff. I mean, fair. That's fair. Reinstalling all the apps is tedious. But I guess that's also another good thing about the way mine's set up is I've got my local opt, which has Godot, Yay, and Aseperite. And then my bin has those, which I can actually ram local bin streambot. So that way I still have all of that stuff set up and whatnot. That's what really took forever. I need to rethink how I do this. Yeah. Did you stop streaming? Yes. Yes, I did conquer. Yes, I did. I do 2 streams. Is the schedule. I'll have to stream on all night. I went through 6 hours. Through 6 streams. You went through 6 streams in that time, goddamn. I assume 6 raids? Yeah, probably. Probably. Because who did we raid? Who did we raid? Scary. Scary Pastry. Yeah. We raided Scary Pastry. Yep. Can you describe the symptoms? I think I need to do this. Do symptoms. What are we working on? We're working on setting up the data. So we've got this setup here, which is going to be the data structure, very simple data structure for the different type of bytes. So the thing that does it, the description of the byte, a photo of the thing that does it, a photo of the byte itself, the different symptoms and the treatment. And then the questions here. These are going to be the questions that the player asks. And then we'll have answers, which will be like similar. Like we can do like Q symptoms and A symptoms. Yeah. I get the concept like the story builds up depending on the answer. There's no real story. There's no real story. It's just, yeah, like the player receives a call, they get as much information as they can. And then based on the information they've been able to obtain, they choose a byte that could be like a byte treatment thing. Yeah. G'day Stingley, how are you doing? Let me check over here. I've got apparently I need to check the pets channel in Discord. Let's see what you got, Bongo. See, I thought it was that. Okay, so, right. So, Vongo, you said your cat is November, right? That's your cat? Mungo Jerry? He's got a derp look on his face. He's got a derp look on his face, like. G'day, Duke. How are you doing? I think that's more of a December. That's much more of a December. Can I ask you something you might know since you're Australian? Sure thing. Ask away. What up, boy? Last time I was here, you were doing Bobble Shop Sim. How'd that go? I'm making the trailer and whatnot offline at the moment. So I'm making all of that stuff off stream. We're doing JernJam at the moment to fill in the stream while I'm doing that offline. So yeah, it's going well. Going very well. Today I got the last of the scripting I needed to do for the current part of the trailer, which is just having NPCs and furniture spawn in as the different sections of the wall go down, so that it expands out and you have like more stuff get placed in and all that kind of stuff. No worries, Conker. And NPCs like walk around and whatnot as the camera moves. So I just need to finish placing bobbleheads and selecting different meshes for the bobbles. Making some shiny, making some not so shiny, all that kind of stuff. And then after that, the last thing I need to do for the trailer is have it zoom out from the store and display the Bobble Shop Sim logo while NPCs and stuff are walking in the wish list and follow stuff, and then that stuff disappears and it zooms back in on one of the bobble boxes, and that box like shakes a little bit. Or no, that box doesn't shake, but it opens and there's like a bobble arm up, like the bobble arm punches it open. Yeah. How do you know if something's copyrighted or not? You can generally look up copyright, but if you look something up, it'll generally tell you if it's copywritten. I've seen an Australian reporter asking the US more on actual questions, and he threatened to have the Australian government weigh on him. Is there any reaction in Australia to this? Haven't heard about that, but I'm pretty sure the Australian reaction is fucking idiot. It's asking you questions because his job is to ask you questions. If you think the questions are unfair, that's probably because you're hiding something. Bobblehead Shop Sim is a Steam release. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. How many Godot coins will it cost me? I haven't figured that out yet. I haven't decided that. Might be like 500k or 250k, something like that. Yeah. Yeah. Trademarks are a bit different. Trademarks different from copyright. What is Godot coins? On Twitch, we have channel points. And the channel points allow people to redeem things and such. We call them Godokins because they're Godot coins. Godokins. And it also sounds like Hadouken. Yeah. But those, yeah. That's all. It's just our name for channel points. every channel on Twitch, when they have channel points, can name them their own thing. And they can give them their own little icon. That there is a Godoken in the chat window over there. That is a Godoken. It's a beautiful thing. A beautiful, beautiful, beautiful thing. So we have, can you describe the symptoms? I've got over 9,000 of them. I have infinity. Stingley, suck it. Funny thing is, I said that because my first thing I made was Godot coin, and it became an inside joke with my friends. Didn't even realize you actually had Godot coins. Yep. And as you throw bits, we have different Godokens. In ascending order, I think it's Ruby and then Sapphire. Yeah, that's it. So I think the way it is if you throw a total of 1,000 bits over the length of the like just in total, if you throw a total of 1,000 bits over any time, then you get the bronze Godoken. 5,000 total bits, you get the silver Godoken. 10,000 is the gold Godoken. It's 25,000 is the ruby, and 50,000 is the diamond, like the sapphire. I need to change them up though. I need to change them up and make them Fröbk related, since Fröbk is our mascot. No worries, Jay. The symptoms will be related to this. I think I need to have categories of symptoms. So there'd be this. And they would also need like a symptoms basic. We go like painful, swelling, sweating, numbness, muscle spasm, confusion, coma, unconscious. Hypertension, hypotension, breathing, actually, shortness breath, cardiac arrest. So I think if I do this, then we can go, all right, so these are all the symptoms here. So no, I need to map them together. I think I need to make my data structure more complex. What up, Duck Power? This message will appear now and then. I shall make my exit. I have no idea who that is. Ah, it's that guy. Yep. Rules card. I haven't played Deltarune yet. Known as the Duke of Puzzles. Serves as a supporting antagonist, presenting easy puzzles to the heroes, and often betraying his superior's personal gain. Good old rules card. See, I need to change this up. What I can do... Instead of doing symptoms, I can go... I can do that. So just a bunch of symptoms. That's quite a lot of spam, Bongo. I use Mr. or what? I Mr. Turtle on there. Okay, so if we set it up like this, we go... Text. Did you just remove all of those, Vongo? Category. Actually. Text. Category can be painful. You did? Okay, good. Because the message self-destructed. Smart. I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing there. Category. It's Sweating. Category will be... That's how the message self-destruct. It went kaboomy bye-bye. Yep. Do numbness. Category can be... spasms. Never knew that the terrain tool exists in Unity. Yep. Breathing. Yeah, I think Godot doesn't have a terrain tool, but you can get plugins like Terrain 3D and stuff like that, which add very powerful, terrain painting stuff. Category B. Unconscious. Text will be blood pressure. So we have that. That'll be breathing as well. Cardiac arrest. Text. Actually, no, don't need that. Okay. So we have this. I'm going to duplicate this. Copy this. Go. What would it be? Sydney funnel web. Default? No. Example? No. What's the word I'm trying to think of? Godot does support 2D terrain though? Yeah. Yeah. I'm trying to think of the word for... It's not an example. It's like the original, the source copy. I'll just do this. Source. There we go. All right. Let's see. This here would be, can you describe the symptoms? And then I would have to set up answers based on So how can the questions work? We know what category. There's question. Then there's answer would be text category. Would you rather fight 10 zombie-sized chickens or 100 chicken-sized zombies? A 100 chicken-sized zombies. 100 chicken-sized zombies. Zombies are already easy enough to beat. Making them chicken-sized, making them like that big. Crush them. Demolish them. Wouldn't even break a sweat. And when you say 10 zombie-sized chickens, that's just human-sized chickens. 10 human-sized chickens. All right, so that's our data structure there, sort of thing. So in here, we can do category for... Actually, we'll go pain. What can the answer be? Remember, smaller zombies go fast and hard to hit. Have you ever played Minecraft? And we're not talking about Minecraft though. Like, if we're talking in terms of Minecraft, then neither, because I don't play Minecraft. So I can just avoid it that way. Yeah. Got you again, Vongo. Technicalities for the win. How can we word the question? How can we word the answer? So, can you describe symptoms? And then this would be one answer for... One answer for pain. Or we set up multiple answers and go. So apart from, what would it be? We'll have the answer say, not sure if you know, but the zombie chicken question comes from Minecraft story mode. Oh, I don't know. I don't play Minecraft, so no idea. It needs to work for anything that is in here. Hydrate. I have no water. I will hydrate in 20 minutes. Skate. When the ads hit, I'll go get my water. And I'll hydrate twice for you.
Viewers, you need to drink water also.
That's true. That's true. Everyone drink water in lieu of me drinking water. Gonna get my sleep. It's 5:38 a.m. Jesus Christ, Escamina. Yes, get some sleep. I got a deep, sharp pain around this bit mark. Well, that's the thing. It can't just be, I've got a deep, sharp pain around this bite mark, because then it's a specific response. It needs to be able to take this and insert it into the response. So that way, if we have another symptom that's like, burning feel, and that's in category pain, it can inject burning sensation like into the text, and then it works for both. It can be something like there's a blah. If we go, I think we can just do, actually, RayLib text format. Get rid of that. Let's go to the cheat sheets. Shapes, textures, text. Eastern Time Zone VA. With variables, sprintf style. Sprintf. sprintf. %s. Okay. So we can make this be %s. So it'll store that in a variable. And then if this one gets selected as the response, just drink a hot sauce. If this one gets selected as the response, then it does a string format, like a text formatting, and it replaces %s with one of the symptoms. And it tracks which symptoms for that category it's already put out, so that it doesn't it doesn't do another one. It doesn't do that one again. Actually, there's a better way to do that. It selects which symptoms the NPC is going to disclose. And then after it's selected those symptoms, and every time the player asks, can you describe the symptoms, it just outputs the same things. There's a painful bite area, or a painful bite site. There's a burning sensation. It's a horrible, painful bite site. It's a horrible burning sensation. An unbearable, painful bite site, an unbearable burning sensation. Okay, so what does this do? We output burning sensation, a painful bite site, a burning sensation. Very painful. Now we do that type of stuff. Text. Swelling. Sweating. Numbness and spasms. We'll go spasm, actually. Not spasms, just spasm. Breathing, confusion, unconscious. Breathing, confusion, unconscious. Oops. Confusion. Unconscious. Blood pressure, cardiac arrest. Symptoms. Okay, I'm gonna take this. And I need to move This needs to be symptom. And take this. Get rid of all that so it ends with symptoms. Ah, actually, I see. Yep. There. Okay. Question Q text. Actually, I'll just go text. Then down here, we can go question end. I'm going to take this. I have to put it at the end of every single one of these. I'm also going to need it at the start of. Paste there, paste there, paste there. Ah, this is gonna be so annoying to try and pass as well. This is gonna be most of the goddamn thing. Bleed pressure. Whoops. Good looking out, Zyth. Much appreciated. That would have been a nightmare. Pop that there. Pop that there. I'm also going to copy those. I'm going to see if there's a way that I can... Okay, comment string's empty. I left this here since for future copying, file should stop being read at symptoms. Okay, so this one here. Oh, no, it's not a different question, is it? Get rid of these. For D O D for D O D for D O D for D O. Okay. All right. I'm gonna grab a drink of water. Put the R in there too. Yeah. Thank you, Zyth. Basic movement, working on your terrain. Beautiful. I'm going to go get a drink. And then when I get back, I'm going to finish filling this stuff out. And yeah, we're gonna. Oh, it's gonna be so frustrating setting all this stuff up. This is gonna be the biggest piece of work, I think, for the entire thing, is parsing this and getting it displaying in the game. All right, BRB. I am back. Alright. 3:40 AM here. God damn. Living in the future Vongo is amazing. Time to hydrate. Ah, good stuff. Actually, that's something I should check.
Test.
Yeah, cool. That is still working. Okay. Let's see what we got. Halo 2. Okay. Medal of Honor. 2000 to 2003. Third person shooter. What third person shooter was there in the early 2000s? Are we talking like Grand Theft Auto? San Andreas? Nah, it's not a GTA. Shooter, platform, puzzle, adventure. Shooter, platform, puzzle, adventure. In 2000 to 2003. Not in 2003.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay, ads are over. Portal's also first person. Hello, Casey. I'm trying to figure out. What is this? It has third person. It has single player. It's got shooter, platformer, and puzzle mechanics. What shooter puzzle platformer was there in 2000, 2003? It was also third person. What are we making here? We're making a game jam game for JernJam. We're currently setting up the data for the dialogue and such in the game. And we have... How long do we have? We have 12.5 days to get it finished. Shooter puzzle platformer is such a rarity. Yeah, it's so rare that I don't know of any apart from, like, Portal. And Portal's first person. Have a good night, Skate. Good night to you. Same one Cavino's doing? Exactly the same jam. You know it. I got no idea. Is this a Nintendo game? It's a Nintendo game. Is this a Super Mario? No. It is Nintendo based though, I think. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, now it's Conkers! Oh my god! I've been waiting for Conkers to show up and now it does. Jesus Christ. Yeah, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. The next time you go into Cavino's chat, I want you to say, "G'day everyone, I'm a Gadunt." Spelled G''DUNT. Okay? That's what I want you to do. Boy, they consider Infamous to be a shooter. I'll definitely forget that. Fair. That's fair. That is very, very fair. I'm just going to get one question for each, or one answer for each of this type of stuff in. We're going to go... a lot of swelling. Like, this one here, shirt is soaked. Having trouble with, you know, mouth numbness. No, like hand numb, like whatever it is. Some muscle spasm, tongue spasm. Would be funny if it wasn't serious. What else? Breathing would be trouble with seems like there is some let's take this one, pop it here, there you go, rationality. They are unconscious. This one's fine. What game are you making this in? I'm using RayLib and C++. So I'm not using Godot, I'm not using Unity or anything like that. Just RayLib and C++. Pure code. What we have at the moment is I'll get it running. We go 80. Crikey. This is what we got at the moment. You got this. You've got your menu. You can go to new game. The clock starts going. Godot is my usual, yes. But I'm using this JernJam as a way to like do something more difficult than normal. But yeah, these are like changes screens and stuff. If I press escape, it has resume because you're in a game. And at which point, if I click this, the clock keeps ticking. If I click new game, it restarts. There. And we have Frerp. Frerp is our mascot. They are a true two-dimensional frog. It is. That is a phone from the 90s, basically. And when the phone is answered, it changes. So we've got a where is it? Actually, I can open that back up. And go resources, images, phone answered. It looks like that when there's when the phone's answered. So like the cord's coming towards the screen and it's off the hook. We've also got, that's really the only one that you're gonna really be able to see. Yeah, everything else is just like the phone blink. This like flashes on and off. I don't use C# in Godot. I know that's weird considering I have a C# background in programming. But I don't need to use it I just use GD script. Yeah. Also, I'm on Linux, so why install a bunch of .NET stuff and have a Microsoft repository in my list? No. It feels like... maybe low blood pressure, maybe high blood pressure. It's hard to tell. This one would be currently having a heart attack. They're having a heart attack. Planning to write a CGD extension-based project in Godot for the difficulty challenge. Nice. Nice. One thing I want to write in Godot is a GD extension for... actually, that's going to be 7. A GD extension for... Wayland support, so that it handles the authentication through the XDG desktop portal, allowing you to have desktop textures again, so that you can, because currently for like Windows and X11 stuff and whatnot, you can have a texture display the monitor. Like, you can get the monitor, you can get the texture of the monitor, and you can like display that as like a display that as something in game. And I want to do that for my overlay that I'm building, my 3D overlay. But they don't have that for Wayland in Godot because of the way Wayland is set up. So I need to build a GD extension that uses that desktop portal to give the application permission. And then I can do it again. Yeah. I hope. And that's all I need for now. We can leave it there for now, just like one answer, one response for each type of thing. Sounds like a project indeed, yeah. Ain't gonna be fun, that's for sure. Close that. So we have all the different symptoms. Treatments at the bottom. So this here is the question. That's just one question for like, what are your symptoms? We also need something for call dialogue. Actually, we just go yeah, we'll just go call. And what this can do is we can go intros. Let's be This is the center for wildlife bites. How can I assist you? I don't think I'd try and do it in C, though. I think a C GD extension is a bit much for me. I am noticing, though, like, doing things in Godot, I'm like, oh yeah, that's a bit frustrating to do. Because I don't have access to any of the underlying stuff. Doing stuff in C++ and RayLib, I'm like, that's actually quite easy to do, but it takes away all of the takes away a lot of the good functionality, like having built-in navigation for NPCs and like all that type of amazing helpful stuff. So there's pros and cons to it, but I think in the long run, doing stuff with just C++ will definitely make me a better programmer. GD extension C example docs say, note that the API is not meant to be used directly. So this will definitely be quite verbose and requires a lot of steps for a small example. Yep. That's the beauty of it. You make your own navigation. Exactly. And then it requires me to learn and understand how to implement A star, for example. Like, I need to learn how to implement that sort of algorithm. So, yeah, makes me a better programmer overall. Curse of A star is the current best maze solution in the game. Yeah. Oh, I do like all of the different techniques there are for generating mazes. It's so interesting. There's so many different ways to do it. Okay, so you've called the Center for Wildlife Bites. I like the Drunkard's Walk, one I often utilize IRL. Go-to for maze generation is carving out with a BFS or DFS. You get different kinds of mazes depending on the algorithm. Yeah. Go away notification. Center for Wildlife Bites. I'm actually just gonna leave that. Gonna leave that out. So you have intros and customer or caller. Caller. Okay. So in here, be help me, please. I've been bitten or stung. Something. Hello. I'm a wee bit concerned. I was doing some gardening. No. I think I've been bitten by something. Yeah, I've got this weird mark. Looks kind of like a bite or a rash. So this is just going to be like the call intros sort of thing. And we can stop there. Follow up. Sure thing. Let's see what we can do. No. Sure thing. We know our bites. I'm terrible at dialogue in case you haven't noticed. I'll just get some more details. Let's get some more info. So the player introduction, the caller has a response, and then there's a follow-up that you'd be selected from here. And then we'll proceed to the questions, basically. So very simple, very straightforward. What else do we need? Dialogue is difficult even for professional writers sometimes. First step is surely just getting something on the script and hoping you have time to edit. True. You just get something down and then you're like, all right, now we need to change this. We need to rework this completely. What also makes it difficult is that the dialogue is not linear. It's branching sort of thing. It's not even branching. It's not linear. It's not branching. It's call and response based. And it's dynamic. It's dynamic dialogue that changes based on the data in the background. So trying to make sure it all makes sense and fits together cohesively is the difficult part. Well, you've called the right place. I think I can end that there. Close you out too. What else? They call. Go get the intro. You give the intro. You get their response. You have follow up. Goes into. It might go into questions. Might go into questions. Or the before the player's follow up. So you have player's intro, caller line. The caller then has information that they willingly give to the player. Oh, he's not farming it out to an LLM. If I did that, then I would never learn how to actually write something. Like, I usually, when it comes to writing, the way I approach it is I will write something down first. I will then look over it and I'll refine it. And if I get to a point where I'm stuck and I need ideas on how to proceed or how to make something more interesting and whatnot, then I'll like post what I've got into an LLM and go, how can this be made more interesting? Like what could be done to make this like more punchy or like make this more interesting? And then it gives feedback and I'm like, okay, let's take that feedback and go back to the drawing board and rework the script based on that feedback, sort of thing. That's how I approach it, because that way I get better at writing stuff. I don't think I need a description either. Alright, so what we'll do... I'm going to need to create another script, another file, which would be a parser. No, I don't want it to be a parser because they're all very specific. Let's go bytes. So this header here I think what I need to do I'm going to take this too. Pop it here, but it's not going to be screens H. It's going to be bytes H. Then we can take this. Oops. Take you. There we are. That's better. Not sure if you've ever looked at interactive fiction like Infocom's Inform 7, but conversation nodes seem to be a suggested powerful extension for good conversation in interactive fiction. And a quick scan of it indicates it has, it seems to be nodes in a tree-based system. Looks like you get to write a BFS or DFS algorithm soon for your game. Also seems to include some state machine stuff in it. Yeah, I'm not going to go down that route. I'm keeping it simple. I'm just going to have an object for the caller. So whenever the player gets a call, the caller grabs one of the player intro messages, one of the caller messages, one of the player follow-up messages, and it also generates what information it wants to volunteer at the start of the call. Like where they were at the time of being bitten, you know, what they were doing, that type of stuff. And then we give the player options of what to do at that point. So I don't think we don't need to make it complex by writing an algorithm for it. Like, we can keep it pretty straightforward in our code because it's going to be a very simple implementation. Since we've only got 12 days left, basically. And I've still got to write the parsing of these text files and stuff. I'm going to move this. Just be a H file. That'll work. Classic RPG conversation tree. We have n options at each point of the conversation. You don't have n options. So the only options you will have is what questions to ask. That's the only thing you would have in the dialogue. Outside of that, you would have the monitor that you interact with, that you use to like identify what byte it is based on the information you've gotten, and select what treatment you need to tell the player or tell the caller to take. Other than that, everything else in the background is just like randomly picked from an array of stuff. And then when you finish with the call, hang up. Then you go on to the next one. Straightforward and chaotic. Love it. Exactly Exactly. Thank you for the follow, too. Much appreciated. I think I'm going to need you to introduce yourself to the next person you see with a long white beard as a Gedunt. So when you see him with a long white beard, you go up to him and you say, "G'day. I'm a Gedunt." They'll know what it means. They have a long white beard. They'll get it. They'll get it immediately. What do we need to define here? Gedunts unite, exactly. Because I think in here it just sets up some externs. I can probably set up a... It'll probably need to be a class, if I'm honest. Because it'll be something that's instanced at the time. Class bytes. In here we'll have bytes. Bytes. And we'll go private. What? Private. Load bytes. And we also want to have a class of bytes. Why is that? That's why. Private. So go standard string biter, which means we're going to want to do an include of string double T is bitter. Yeah, cool. Single T is the one we want. So we do biter, and then we do a array of strings, which would be Okay, so let's be description. That can be byte description. Byte description. I hate Wisconsin. One day it's 50 degrees Fahrenheit, next it's like 90. Yeah, that's normal. That's normal weather. I hate it. Yeah. You can never get used to it. It's always like really... Or like, what I hate is when there's like 3 or 4 days of really hot weather. And by the 3rd or 4th day, you're like getting used to it. And you're acclimatizing to it. And then all of a sudden you have like a week of cold weather. Like, no. No, I just acclimatized to the hot weather, and now it's cold, and I need to acclimatize myself to the cold again. And then by the time you've acclimatized yourself to the cold again, it's fucking hot. It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. It's September at 5 AM. It should not be this warm. What is it coming up for? Ooh, thank you for the follow. You fantastic. Good done to you. Yeah, I'm like mid to high 10s the entire week. And it's raining. Raining the entire week. That's fucking great, isn't it? Fantastic. I keep thinking it's like Tuesday or Wednesday today. Yeah. When programming for real, no Lua, Python, or JavaScript. I feel like these languages are just scripting, not actual stuff that's used for games like C#, C++. Am I wrong to judge the language? What's your take and what should I do? I feel it's quite hard and easy to look at your code, but making sense of the way logic-wise, I don't know. That's fair. That's fair. And good morning, Gobfather. Love Wisconsin weather. The frozen tundra is a favorite place to be. Fair. So you're a frozen climate type person. You love the snow. For the scripting language stuff, like Lua, Python, and JavaScript are both good to learn. They're also simple to learn. Lua is good because a lot of games can be modded using Lua. So you can create mods for like Hades and I think even Fallout and Skyrim and stuff like that. You can create mods using Lua. So Lua is very powerful if you want to do like modding and stuff. Python's very powerful if you want to do some like machine learning stuff at home, like setting up some like security camera with like facial recognition, stuff like that. You can do that with Python. And then JavaScript, obviously, because of web building and stuff like that. For the deeper languages, so for example, Godot has C# and GD script. GD script is very Python-like in its syntax. But the difference is when you write code like C# or GD script or something like that with a game engine, those languages most of the time aren't compiled, at least not compiled completely. They're just run as scripts during runtime. And they're generally optimized for that. they're optimized to run at runtime. Similar to Java, like Java does not compile completely. It does compile to like bytecode, but it's not something that's executed itself. It's run using the Java virtual machine, so it's kind of like a just-in-time kind of thing. But yeah, like there's no reason for to not learn Lua and Python and stuff like that. I've learned them. Well, I've learned Python and JavaScript. I've tinkered a little bit with Lua, but not enough to say that I know it. They have their place. They're usable. But like when you talk about like real programming, that all depends on what you want to do. So if you want to make websites, you're going to need to know JavaScript and TypeScript. If you want to build server-side applications, if you want to code databases, if you want to code firmware, stuff like that, then you're going to want to learn like C, C++, Rust, those kind of lower level programming languages. If you just want to do like applications, so if you want to create like a text editor for Windows or just like an application for controlling your stream information, stuff like that, you can use C#, you can use Java, you can use Golang, like Python. They're all fine for that. Seen in Roblox and 5M, and also in Cheat Engine. Truly only tried it in Roblox when I was younger. That's fair. That's going to sound stupid. What's the difference between compiled and runtime, if I may ask? So when code is compiled, it goes from being this readable code that you see here to being machine code, which you're not gonna be able to read machine code or anything like that. But machine code is it's run on the CPU and whatnot directly. It doesn't need anything in between. It just runs on them. Whereas when it comes to runtime, what it does is you'll have something like a runtime executable or something like that. So C#, for example, has the .NET runtime and whatnot, and that's essentially what handles the code being executed. So the runtime will basically go, all right, this is the code being executed. Hey, CPU, do this sort of thing. So it's code that's executed at runtime versus code that's executed when you compile the application. So for example, when I run this command here, when I run this, the make platform web-b, what that's doing is it's taking my code in the CPP files, and it's creating all these -o, the screen ending -o, the screen logo -o, the Crikey.o and whatnot. And that gives in this instance, it gives a WASM, which is a WebAssembly. So it's just code that's compiled and optimized for execution, versus runtime, which is just your code being executed at runtime and being like figuring out what it needs to do at runtime. Java and C# is compiled, just that the result is IL and not machine code. Compiling is translation from one language to another. Really, C, C++ to WebAssembly, for example, is compilation. So I wouldn't say that compiling is translation from one language to another, because TypeScript is converted to JavaScript, but that's transpiled. It's translated to TypeScript in order or to JavaScript for something to be run. When I say they're not compiled, I mean like they're not fully compiled programs. Like you can't, when you compile code for like Rust or C or C++ or something like that, you can get that application, you can get that executable, and you can run it without needing anything in the middle. When you have Java and C# and stuff like that that's compiled, you still need like the Java virtual machine or the .NET runtime or something like that, which acts as a middle layer in order for that code to be run. So yeah, it's not compiled in the sense of like C, C++, Rust, all that kind of stuff, but it's also not transpiled in the sense of TypeScript to JavaScript. But it is still kind of runtime. It is still runtimey. I'm very far from experienced. Python with Pygame can be used to make 60 FPS solid bullet hell games with 500 plus bullet entities. To achieve that, you need to have good logic and resource usage, that you aren't doing stuff like creating and destroying Python objects every frame. Yeah, exactly. And the reason why you can accomplish that, Merlin, is because you don't... Like, the engine itself, Pygame itself, is not written in Python. It's using a lot of C and C++ stuff. And then it gives Python as the language that you can code in. So whenever you are writing Python for Pygame, and you make a call for something that the engine does, the engine's executing C++ code or something like that. Most of the time. Like if we go to Pygame, like Pygame could be different in that it's like fully written in Python, but I would never use it if it was fully written in Python. Where's this website is horrible. Can you give me just details? So there's nothing in the background for it. I want to see what the actual core of it is. Because, for example, if you write machine learning stuff in Python, the machine learning stuff that's being executed is actually like compiled C code that Python's just hooking into, for example. That's why the machine learning is so fast in Python. But yeah. Compiling generally implies building to a specific machine, real or virtual. So I would agree that TypeScript, JavaScript is not compiled. But also, there is no JavaScript virtual machine. True. Bytecode is the term. Yeah. Java is compiled, but it's just-in-time compilation. That's the word. The JRE is compiling it in real time. Yeah. Yeah. And there's a difference there. Like, the just-in-time compilation does have overhead compared to traditional compilation. Like, it needs to do stuff in real time instead of just having it already handled through the previous compilation of stuff. Due to the Python overhead, I'm not the C code backing either Pygame or CPython. Yeah. You can even give JVM command line parameters to tell it when to compile stuff to machine code. It learns the hotspots before doing it. That's why JVM requires warm-up to become fast. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, ads. All right. Let's pause this for a second. Let's do a game duel while the ads play. You're running part of the compilation at runtime, which means CPU is running something in addition to the actual code in real time, thus overhead. Yeah. And that's really where all the, like, most of the performance issues come from with those type of languages. Like, C and C++ and Rust are as fast as they are because they don't have any of that overhead. C# and Java are slower because they do have that overhead, but they don't have as much overhead as Python and JavaScript and whatnot. So yeah, and that's why game engines are written in C, C++, and Rust and whatnot, and they're not written in Java or C# or anything like that, because you want to eliminate as much overhead as you can in your game engine. Otherwise, you're going to have built-in performance losses. I got a fashion ad. Very channel synergistic, yeah. BioShock Infinite is first person, Moonbase. I would go for something more along the lines of Uncharted. It's not Uncharted. It's not a shooter. It's an RPG. It's a fantasy RPG that's third person. Single player, multiplayer, co-op. But not MMO. I got an ad for one of the two ISPs I'm already subscribed to. Kind of pointless. What's the difference between C# and C++? 2 pluses. All this talk about Java is making me hungry. Shouldn't it be making you thirsty? This Java is making me thirsty. So it's third person. It's on Windows, PS3, and Xbox 360. It's an adventure RPG. I do not know. 2012, 2018.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay, ads are over. Third person, single player, multiplayer, co-op, RPG, adventure. I cannot think of any third person. Ooh, what if it's like a Dead Rising? No. God damn it. A 24. That doesn't help. Good. I think we've lost this one. It's not Dead by Daylight. It could be. Actually, no. It could be Dead by Daylight. I was thinking of Dying Light, or not Dying Light. Yeah, Dying Light. Ah, shit, that is first person. That also doesn't have single player. Not Red Dead, because it's not a shooter. It's an action fantasy RPG. Dark Souls. And got it just before Moonbase. Got it just before. Nice. Nice. Dodge rolled for the win. What can we do now? So we have biter description, byte description, photo and byte photo. Texture 2D will be photo, byte photo. JavaScript is interpreted language, yeah. Functionality is the same category as Bash and Awk, yeah. Have a text file, an interpreter, which handles the script therein as a bunch of commands. Yeah. What else was there? Oh, damn it, I keep forgetting. Symptoms will be an array of symptom. Treatment will be an array of text. String array will be treatment. And then so I need symptoms to be a separate thing. No, I don't. No, I don't. Modern JavaScript engines are insane engineering feats. Same with JVM and probably C# runtime. Yeah, I think we need to start moving away from JavaScript. With all the shit that's been going on with NPM of late, I think, you know the current Gen Z craze where they're pulling away from multi-use devices and they're going back to MP3 players, iPod shuffles, that kind of stuff. Single-use technology. So, and they're putting music on that instead of using Spotify and iTunes and stuff like that. I think we need to do the same thing with websites. We need to start moving away from NPM, Node, Bun, Dino, all that kind of stuff, and be like, how about we just learn how to code a carousel? Huh? How about we learn how to code a button? Huh? How's that sound? Instead of installing this 12 kilobyte package just so that we can have a carousel, why don't we learn how to do that ourselves? I'm just missing the complexity of the engine. I'm just saying in terms of category, yeah. It is a fascinating trend. I prefer the internet of 1999. Never forget left pad. Oh, left pad. Jesus. I have a public. Get random byte. Clearly it got left behind, since I don't know what it is. Which one? But yeah, like, it is an interesting trend, and it's kind of... Oh, personal error. G'day, you get dunce. Welcome back in. How was your stream? What were you doing? As you can see, we're setting up a bunch of stuff for our data to get loaded into. Yay. People do that in just about every language, though. I've seen people import multi-megabyte libraries for its use a single function from it. That is about 150 bytes. And would take a minute or two to write tops. Yeah. Yeah. Stream was good. Working on JernJam game today. Nice, nice. Do you have anything on itch yet that you want to show? I do know there is one person. There's two entries. There are two entries. One of them is Grumpy. One of them is Grumpy Game Dev. Another one is Happy Fields Full, which is Run Studio. I feel I have seen this somewhere before. This feels familiar, but I think I'm thinking of like a text visual novel kind of thing. Whereas this looks like it's an actual... Yeah. Yeah. Nothing on this yet, but should have soon. Nice, nice. Well, I've set up some data structure stuff today. So I set up some data structure stuff today. We're setting up some classes to have that data load into. Yeah. Stream's going good. Thank you for asking. We're just talking about using packages for very simple things instead of learning to do it yourself. I think the funniest example of using packages to do something simple is all the people that use like is-add. Oh, sorry, not is-add, is-even, unironically. No, they can't figure out how to check if something is even, so they just... they add a package for it. It's like, what are you doing? Why? It was very funny. Very, very funny. But yeah, the trend of Gen Z using single-use devices is, I think it's kind of a sign that things are moving away from streaming services. Or it's like, it's gotten to the point where there's so many streaming services out there these days. Yeah. No, Sarah, there is a better way. There is a better way. You do if n bit 1 is 1 is odd. Else is even. You do that. That's the way you do it. If the first bit is on, then it's not even because it's 1. The first bit is 1. No modulus, no nothing. It's super snappy. Pay for premium to have ad-free experiences and still get ads. It was only a matter of time. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, everyone's moved, like people are moving away from that stuff. Like I only have Amazon Prime, and I don't even have Amazon Prime for the stuff that is on Prime Video. I only have it for the delivery stuff. That's the only reason I have it. Saves using the fairly costly div operation on CPU. True. True. So yeah. I used to think modulus was a good way of checking is even too. Until I did some like Googling during stream and saw the bit check the bit check solution, and it was just mind blowing. It was it was beautiful. It was beautiful. It was so beautiful. That's right, symptom. That was odd. Up here, I'm gonna set up an enum of symptom category. We're going to have pain, breathing, cardiac arrest, which I can probably change that to be like something else. I don't know. Blood pressure, sweating, unconscious, fusion, spasms. Spasm. Unconscious. And what was the last one? Confusion. I have Disney Plus, Hulu, ESPN Bundle, and Netflix. For me, this works out. I might re-enable HBO Max to finish watching the show Banshee. And thinking about bitwise arithmetic would be easier to check if a value is any multiple of 2. If the bit check of 1, 1 is 0, would work for 4. No. So if you want to check for any multiple of 0, it would be if n ampersand 0, 1 is 0. No, is 0. It'd be something to check if it like bit shift the 0, 1. Or like to bit check n ampersand 0, 1. Any multiple of 4 would be 0, 0, 1. because the first bit will be 1, second bit will be 2. If those 2 are on, it'll be 3. Oh yeah, so I guess if you're checking if you're checking those 2 against 0, then it would work for 4. But you could also just check 001. If 001 is not 0, then it wouldn't be 4, sort of thing. Something like that, I think. Yeah, that thing. Ooh, numbness. I'll change it to numb, actually. If no bit smaller than 4 is a 0, then it must have 4 as a factor. Every column higher of that has 4 as a common factor. I mean, yeah, that's true. That's very true. If the first two are 0, then yeah, if the first 2 bits are off, then it's a multiple of 4 because you have 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256, 512, 1024, so on and so forth. Is confusion or confusion in the num? That's a good how the I have confusion on how to spell confusion. Okay, it's single S. Single S. Thank you very much, Dark Side of Yogurt. Thank you very, very much. I was actually talking about the confusion. You know? Fusion energy being a con. Good looking out, Yogurt. How are you doing? If you check the last 2 significant bits as 0s, then it's multiple of 4. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. You're right, Sarah. That is correct. Flexible array member treatment. What? Is that what it wanted? What up, Fluffy Panda? How are you doing? And again, that reduced it to the super quick bitwise and operation followed be a jump, not equal when compiled. Yeah, like you can do any math with bitwise. If you want to find anything that's a multiple of 7, you can do something similar. Like you just need to make sure that like you'd have to work it out so that it has something to do with the first 3 bits. Yeah. Something funky. You'd be able to do something funky with it. I'm not smart enough to know what, but you could. Flexible array member treatment. If I get rid of that, array cannot be defines empty. Symptom category. Why is that having an issue? That did not. It was not referenced by anything. Let's set this up. Very interesting. I am doing Game Jam project. I'm not going to use C++, by the way. I'm in the middle of C++, so that's unfortunate, Fluffy. Sort of thing that's become a lost art since our fancy calculator got so super fast. The first value that breaks that assumption is 8, which is that. Oh no, Merlin. So the idea was that you check the first 2 bits. You check the bit 1 and 2. If both of those are off, then it doesn't matter what other bit is on. It's going to be a multiple of 4. So 8 would be a multiple of 4 because, yeah, everything higher than the first 2 bits is just doubling from 4. Yeah. The first 3 bits... The first 3 bits would be anything being a multiple of 8. First 3 bits being 0 would mean that it's a multiple of 8. That's right. I want to go... You know what I should do? I'm being so silly. You should be bite. You should be symptom. Bytes be New bytes. Now that's going to have an issue. But it also means that in here, we can go unknown type bytes. I wish this would actually give me some issues. Calling a private constructor type bytes. Oh my god, Grumpy! G'day, you gidunts. We were just talking about you and the fact that you already have something submitted for JernJam. What the hell? What is this ludicrousness? Put together a deployment pipeline. First day. Smart. Some circumstances, you might also need to check for 0, depending on whether you want to count 4 times 0 as multiple of 4 or not. Nah. What were you doing today then, Grumpy? More of the Game Jam game, I assume? Yeah. I guess that'll be that. It's going to be because you're... Yeah, I know what it's going to be. I know what it's going to be. Let me take these. Give me 2 seconds and I'll catch up on the messages there. Okay, so now the only issue we've got is with these things here. Because I need to give it a size. That's an implementation, specific detail. You can die while foraging, so it's a big accomplishment. Ooh. Very nice. I mentioned to Jern that he should hide entries prior to jam end, because some folk get intimidated and quit because they don't have something right away. Can you do that? Depends why you want to know if it's multiple of 4. That may affect which implementation is correct for use case. That's true. That's true. I guess in here also doing an include for RayLib H would help. Because that'll help take care of the text 2D stuff. Most of the established jams do this. I've never done a jam that does that. Mind you, I've only participated in jams through like streamers, like Kavino's jam, iRad's jam, the Radial jam, this jam. I don't really do jams outside of that. You know? Never done Godot Wild Jam or anything like that. So, what's the issue with treatment? The issue with treatment... Place brackets after the name. Ah, that's right. No. Yeah, that's right. But I need to give it a size, don't I? With non-trivial destruction. Huh. You can make standard vector, then can have variable size. Yeah, I might need to go down that path. I assume I need to give it like a standard string as the type. I think that also means I need to include vector or something like that. Is that right? I don't know if vector's a library. It looks like it is. I've submitted things to 45 jams. I didn't come last in all of them. Exactly. Sometimes second last is just as good. There we go. Alright. That's building now. But it's not creating a byte. See how it's not creating a bytes.o. Actually, it might have. It has created bytes.o. There it is. Lovely. Lovely. Now we can start implementing the loading. This load bytes. Which will be something that is done via this. Class bytes. Go away. Morning, Tricky. How are you? There we go. Void load bytes. And that's going to have a bunch of stuff. That needs to be private too. I don't know what's happening there. It's getting very annoying. See how it doesn't... Very, very annoying. I've done 0 game jams, but written a lot of C and C++ code. I've done a few game jams. I've written a lot of code, but this is the first time I'm writing C++ code in a year. The last time we did C++, we spent a 7-hour stream making Pong using RayLib. And now we're taking that further. Working in C23 and C++23 for a small project currently to learn some of the latest stuff, like format. Yeah, I've tried using format, but I've decided to just use RayLib's format text or text format function. Has nice format strings, but makes your compile time longer by a lot. Yeah. I couldn't even get it to work, to be honest. It was just weird. Paid my bills with C++, and my game and my string game, Steam game I wrote in C++ 17. Damn, we got some pro C++s here. I think it does. For Apple Clang, right? Has support for ISO 23, C23, the 2023 revision of the ISO C standard. Yeah, it's got full support by the looks of it. I think the only thing is, as it says here, I think it's just the documentation that's incomplete, maybe. Yeah, so compiler support for C23 feature. So GCC has all of it. Clang doesn't. I think that, like, there's Apple Clang as well that doesn't. So GCC does, Clang doesn't. According to C++ reference, everything except standard pragmas for floating points evaluation. Interesting. Interesting. Getting points fast or at 1.6. Oh yes, everyone. There is a community goal at the moment for a 24-hour stream. So I will say this. If that community goal gets hit, then it means that so the community goal goes until the start of October, like the 1st of October. If you hit that goal in my first stream on September 30th, then I can stream from then through to the end of JernJam, which would be the full 24 hours. So get on it. So I've shuffled those around. Oops. It's been so long since I've had to do this stuff. What am I missing? Oh, thanks, Moonbase. If that gets hit, next goal is 48 hours and 72 hours and 120 hours. No. No, it's not. If it gets hit, then it means this month I do a 24-hour stream. Next month, there's a separate goal, but another 24-hour stream. And the next month after that, there's another goal for another 24-hour stream. G'day, Vintage. How are you? You having a good day? You having fun? You just woke up, I assume? I've forgotten how to set this up. I've completely forgotten how to set this up. That's right. Then in here, get rid of these. That's what we wanted. Jesus. That's all of my points. Let's go. So everyone can contribute a maximum of 2,000 points a day to these type of goals. For the goal to be hit, we just need 19 people each day to contribute 2,000 points. On average. So at the moment, we're pretty close. I think we're like 5 or 6 people away from our 19 for today. Yeah. I've been in work all morning. Yeah. I also knee deep in philosophy essay about Sisyphus. Very nice. Very nice. How's that treating you? I'm gonna close that. I'm gonna restart it. That's better. So now we need to do some file loading stuff. It's a lot of words. I don't think I'm smart enough. Fair. Fair enough. The game's coming along. The game is coming along. So yeah, I need to... I think I just need if stream because I just need input file. I don't need off stream because I don't need output file. Yeah, if file. So yeah, this is basically what I need to do. I need to set up this to do a standard if stream. It's not a redeem, it's a community challenge. Yeah. Yeah. What you gotta do is you gotta open up the redeem section. It should just be at the top. One thing I need to do. I think I can just do that. Resources. I need to loop over each file in there too. Standard string array will be byte files. We'll have Sydney funnel web, Crikey. Oh my god, how have I forgotten arrays? How have I forgotten arrays in C++? There's gonna be what, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think we've just got 8. So we have the Sydney funnel web, we have Whitetail. Brown snake. Death adder. I think it was the inland taipan that we had. Oh, damn it. Eastern brown snake, whitetail spider, Sydney funnel web, tiger snake. .crk. Oh, that's right, stonefish. Mosquito. And garden ant. and Gimpy. Now, obviously, what doesn't it like about you? What doesn't it like? Expected variable name or this in lambda capture list. In lambda capture list. Oh, right. Yep. That's why. I'm more used to like C#, where there's just string array name. Yeah. Yeah, Merlin. It's been so long since I've used C++ that I forget this type of nuance with the curly braces for arrays and stuff like that. It's just like, I'm so used to like GD script and C# and stuff like that where it's just square brackets. Far too complicated. I prefer C, it's simpler. At some point, I will get down to the level of C. C does also have initializer lists, yeah. So, one thing I'm thinking, if I go... loop over files in directory. I think I can do this instead. Maybe. Unless I do need to use file system. Who knows? So I can probably get rid of that. And instead, inside bytes, okay, so we have fstream, and we also have include file system. What I want to do we can set up a path for bytes. Which will be resources bytes. I want to create the directories. I want to loop over them. Directory iterator behaves as a range in other ways too. Okay. So we can do a for directory entry. I dislike the use of auto. I hate the use of auto. Do you add emu bytes? No, I didn't. No, I didn't, Moon. Let's go back into game door while we wait for the ads to finish. What do you say? What do you say? We have a little bit of a break from all that. A break from all that headache that is C++. Oh, damn. It's not going to be remastered. Unreal Engine single player, 2020 to 2024. Not shooter, not RPG. Not shooter and not RPG. That's first person. That's third person something else. Huh? Huh? What? Okay, so it's a 2020 single player Unreal Engine on all of that. That's not Cyberpunk or something, is it? No, because it's not a shooter and it's not an RPG. What is this? It's not a sim, it's not strategy, it's not RPG or shooter, it's not role-playing, it's not sports. It's gonna be a racing game or something, isn't it? No, it's not a racing game. It's a fantasy sci-fi comedy action. Fantasy sci-fi comedy action that's not RPG and not shooter. It's not rotating.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay, ads are over. It's not Brotato. It's not Blasphemous. It's not a sim game. So it's not sim, not sport, not racing, not RPG, not shooter, not tactical, not strategy, not turn-based strategy. Could be a hack and slash. Could be a fighting. Could be adventure. Could be visual novel. Oh, what's that fucking visual novel that's actually third person? What's that visual novel that's a third person and a text? Oh, I know it. Oh god, what was it? Cypher's my bag. I can only think RPGs, which is much help. Same here, but I know there's a visual novel that's third person as well. Persona 5 Royal. No, it's not Persona. You. Oh, fuck you. Spiritfarer. Oh, it's not Spiritfarer, but it is side view, so it's third person and side view. It's also a comedy sci-fi. Third person sci-fi. Third person side view that's a comedy sci-fi fantasy. And single player only. Um, I got no clue. Oh, what's it? The Thing. The Thing. You know the thing that I'm thinking of. The Thing. The Thing. Not Octopath, not Ori. Dead Cells. Oh, damn it. Frick. Screw it. I'm gonna go like Dead Space. It's a shooter though, so I don't fucking know. Crash Bandicoot 4, It's About Time. You. Oh, you go to hell. Go to hell with your bullshit. Directory entry. Okay. Okay. Good old Crash Bandicoot. Crash Bandicoot is fun. I forget which Crash Bandicoot I played as a kid. I preferred Spyro myself, but Crash Team Racing was goated. I think it was I think it was the first. It might have been the second. Yeah, it was the first one. Yeah. Oh my god, everything takes so fucking long to load. This is not all of the Crash Bandicoots. That is not all of the Crash Bandicoots, I'm sorry. Yeah, like the original... This thing here was so good. The original Crash Bandicoot. Loved it. Loved it. File, this needs to be... I want directory entry. Directory entry. So it checks if it, so it tells us if it is a directory or not. It will be a file. We know that much. So this here being an input file. Do I go directory entry path? And then we go to the original of this. And go if file is open. We can do a while. Standard get line of guy in Crash Bandicoot suit outside of Nintendo HQ talking shit about marketing was awesome. Some of the commercials are up on YouTube. That's so good. That's so good. I'll say some of the best ads you will ever see are like those tiny like local store ads sort of thing. I need to do that. What I can do instead is I don't think I have C out here. I think I need to import the IO stream temporarily. Whoops. LD config user local lib. That's better. Beautiful. Would you look at that? We've got our test file, or our example file, and we've got all of the details from the Sydney Funnel Web. Beautiful. Beautiful. So now we can start setting up the parsing. Which means opening you back up. I need to, if directory entry path There's no contains or includes, is there? Because you're returning a file system path. String ends with. So there is an ends with. Because that's just returning basic string. Generic string is a basic string. Because this doesn't have an ends with. See, this here, this is another reason why using auto is bad. Alright? Not only do people coming in not intuitively know what type it is, if I hover over this and I click on this, the documentation takes me to that. I can't navigate from here easily to the documentation of directory entry. I have to find it down here and click on it. God damn. Oh. I hate using auto. Hate it. Absolutely hate it. It does this one by default. But I want this one. Yeah. That's annoying. File name path. There we are. But is it... So if I do file name, is that something that can be done? Let's see what happens. Okay, cool. So it does allow just checking it against that. That's perfect. Perfect. Okay. I'm glad I've got this set up because it means tomorrow we can actually just go through and start knocking out a lot of, like, all of the parsing. All of the parsing of all of the details. What we can do now is... What is it? What if we also had an enum for byte field? Symptom field. Bytes field. What we can do with the bytes field is we can look at so it's name, byte description, which just gotta change that to byte. Name description, byte description, photo. Name, description. Byte description. Photo. Do-do-do. Symptom text, symptom category. Symptom category. I actually think I need that. Now, okay. What I want to do is go do a switch for bytes field. Equals none. Also, I can go back. I'm going to change these to be in line with my standard naming, like what I normally do for naming. Okay, so we do that. We go field. Case none. Break. Case. No. I guess we could have like okay. I also need to go byte. We go byte name is line. That's going to have an issue though, saying there's no name in bytes. Oh, byter. Okay. That's what we want. Okay. We do that. Then we go field none. Case description. There is a description. Field is none. Do bytes. Byte description. Gonna get interesting when we get down to the lower levels. Isn't description private? Yes, they are. Yes, they are, Zorik. We're going to take those. It's fine if they're all part. I don't care. It's a game jam. I don't have time to go around and dick around with it. Thanks for pointing that out, Zorik. Much appreciated. What's next? There's photo. Go byte photo equals load texture line byte photo so I can bang about byte description that's because you're a string. I want to go like so. There we go. Lovely. Symptom is a bit different. And treatment would go byte treatment push back actually if line is treatment then field none and break. Because it's just going to keep looping through and keep pushing them until it gets to that, then break. Symptom. Field. None. Break. If line I swear there's a starts with in string, isn't there? Yeah, and line is string. It says here it's a basic string. You brick. You suck. Need a string view for that, methinks. No, it's because it's given me a basic string instead of a string. Yeah, I don't think so. God damn it. Basic string has start with. Because this here, it says it's a standard string. If I do line, there's no starts with. It's like no member name starts with in standard basic string. That's what's got me confused. And it's got a starts with right here. Using C++ 23. And there could be a problem with the environment, like that I have set up. It's like we're using standard C++ 23. Undefined reference to byte. So it seems like it's worked. We've got our executable here. So it seems like it's my NeoVim. Seems like my NeoVim's not using C++ 23. And thank you for the follow too. Much appreciated. You are a fantastic gedunt. Language server didn't get memo? Clearly. The next time you see someone painting, just introduce yourself to them as a gedunt. Doesn't matter what they're painting. Just say, "G'day, I'm a gedunt." Jeez. Calm down. Coming on a bit strong. How to get LSP to work for NeoVim C++? Is there a way to add custom LSP in LazyVim? Why? We are doing a game jam one hosted by Irish John and Science called JernJam. It's this one right here. It's due in 12 days and 11 hours. We're making a point and click Papers, Please style game. And I'm building it in RayLib with C++. At the moment, I'm just setting up some parsing of text files that contain our data. So very simple parser. It's just checking for a field, setting a flag saying, yes, we're in this field, and then handling that when that field's detected. Once it's handled it, it says that there's no field being handled, and it keeps looking at the text again until it does have something to handle. Yeah. But at the moment, I've got some LSP issues. Let's do this. Wrong thing. Local share neobim. Lazy. I think it's Tree Sitter that has it. I think Tree Sitter is the one that has it set up. Configs. It's not this. Quickly learning that, yeah, I probably ain't gonna get a handle on a modern engine and finish anything in 2 weeks. It's only been 2 days. Like, don't give up yet, Sarah. Keep at it. You'll be fine. I don't even see. There's a Clang D. Is there a version flag in here or something? It doesn't look like there's a version thing. Is there something else? Worrying about maybe trying to make something mostly narrative-based in Twine. I mean, yeah. Why not? I think it's just the Clang D that's not working. I don't see anything else in here that could be handling C++ files. It seems like it could be an issue. Could just be an issue with Clang. That'd be a lot simpler, as it has less new moving parts to try and figure out all at once. That's true. That's true. What up, Ruff? How are you? String starts with LSP or code completion. Maybe it's not an issue with Clang D. Here's what internet gurus are suggesting. Clang setup, init options. Ooh, okay. So well, we've got the util here. We have params. Compatibilities. I imagine it would be something in compatibilities. Unless there's something else in something like ls nvim completion. We go Lua cmp config. Nothing there. There's also this one. Yeah, there's nothing there. Annoying. Good at trying to learn to... I'm good trying to learn to code and game dev since I can't find a job yet. Hard to learn, but have good domains for SEO at least. Yeah, fair. Nice. Well, you're in the right area, because I too am learning stuff all the time. It's been quite a journey. What are you currently learning in terms of game dev? You're learning a specific engine? Are you learning specific like data structure types or implementation? So like, are you learning state machines or behavior trees or anything like that? I do figure for Twine, probably look at an adventure style game, probably because that lends itself to being converted to predominantly text based. Yeah, true. Very, very true. Any dev who is not actively learning is bad dev. That's fucking truer words have never been spoken. Oh my god. How hard is it to type the word clear? I swear sometimes these fingers have a mind of their own. That's probably I have no idea where the fuck I'm at. Didn't even know where to start, so I've been just banging my head against the wall trying to learn data architecture and system admin for some reason. Fair. So you want to get into game dev? Is that what you want to do? Or you want to at least learn the game dev side of things? What was it? Require OSP config. Twang D setup. Init options. all back flags. Let's see if that works. It's not complaining about them anymore. Nicely done, Zorik. I'm looking for lspconfig.lua. I think it's already up a couple directories. Those are very complicated So this one here, this is my local config of stuff. So I've got this LSP here, which allows me to like tinker around with LSPs and stuff. This happens after everything NeoVim loads. So LazyVim will load its stuff, and then all of my local config stuff runs. If we go into here and we have a look at, what was it, nvim lsp config lua, and we cat the lsp config lua, this is a whole bunch of stuff. Nothing specific to Clang D kind of stuff. So I don't really want to tinker with that and potentially break everything. So I just go into my own Lua config stuff and update it there so that after everything has already been set up, it just adds that at the end, basically. I want to build my own game based on all my own files and notes. Yesterday, I built a GIF generator Sprite clone in a single HTML file. Try to export them, help draw, and edit my own things. Haven't even figured out how to get it off my own laptop yet, though. Last time I tried Replit or Droplet, I deleted 600 files on accident. Ouch. Ouch. Yeah, that's where the networking and hosting knowledge comes into it, which is a fair bit different to the coding side. Does it autocomplete? Let's find out. It does. It does. Yeah, small win for the good guys, exactly. We're going to have ads hit, so I'm going to go for a little bit longer just because of the ads. Let's go. Bytes field. Inner field. None. We can go. Inner field is symptoms text. Inner field. Symptom category. No. I need to do that. I can even get rid of them from here. Okay. So we do that, and we go byte Do I have anything set? No, I would have to create a symptom. That's right. Symptom category. We can get do that. We'll go sim name, symptom category, sim category, and we go name, sim name. What about C++ and nums allows the thingamajig? Like map it to a string or something. I think Twitch thinks I'm way richer than I am. Ad for Prada perfume. To be fair, that is how things are supposed to work.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yeah. Yay, it's a rover. Yeah, the local share path is strong hint. Yeah. If we do that, underlying type when equals are provided, and a numerator lists the values of the enumerator defined by those associated. If the first numerator does not have equals, the associated value is 0. For any other enumerator definition does not have an equals, the associated value is the value of the previous enumerator plus 1. Unscoped numerator, yeah, okay. Alright, so what I'll do is I'm just going to switch category. I'm just going to go case because this I wish I could just have it like map this. This basically is just doing that. Things in .local share are generally intended to be static or mostly static. Shared resources, yeah. I do like to look through there though and kind of get an idea of the setup and how it should work. We've got pain, swelling, sweating. Numbness, spasm, breathing. Spasm. Breathing. Blood pressure. Mental or brain. Let me change this to a const. Is it that? Screw it. There we go. Because I want this to be changed back to... That requires expression of integer type. Damn it. Fine. Won't let me use a goddamn... What do you call it? Won't let me use a switch statement. Oops. So I'll just do it this way. Also resource and local system shared directories. Yeah. Can you make your systems list and a num to get around this? The problem is it's reading from a string. So we're reading from a text file and we need to look at the text on the line and go, what's this? What's this text? So this is basically just looking at that text and going, okay, it's this text, assign, what is it? Oops. Simcat. Category is pain. Yeah, that. So I was doing that so that we can assign an enumerable to the property. And we don't have to worry about doing string comparisons and stuff like that anymore. So yeah, all of this is just for like passing a text file. Why do I not have swelling? I can also get rid of that and change this to rain. Change this to muscle. Category is numb. Category is sweating. Pain, swelling, sweating, numb. Blood pressure. Category is blood pressure. I could set up like a dictionary that maps string to a num. I don't know. It's late. I'm tired. That is all. Change that to heart. That'll be something that I'd probably do that later, like after I get this stuff done. Like after we get the game working and whatnot, then I'll go through and clean stuff up. Category is muscle. Simcat. Do we have a damn reflection yet? It's still early in the evening, though. It's only 7 a.m. Plenty of time to work through the night. It's 10 p.m. Nighttime. I've been awake since 6 a.m. Alright? We still need brain and breathing. I really need to fix all that up. Else no. C++ 26 feature. Is it actually a C++ 26 feature? Rewrite iterated points to the last element in the vector. Front's doing a reference. Back is a reference. How do I access it? There's a question when compilers will actually implement it. Part of the standard. Nice. Access last in vector. Yeah, so I should be able to do back. But if it's an object... Oh, that's right, because I've set it up as the constructor to take it. Sim name equals line substring six. Number of characters in substring default remainder. So I think I can just do that. Unless I do something like text. No. We know that it's 6 characters long. So if I go 6, it's the index of the first character. So we want to return a new string starting from 6. We go sim category equals line substring starting from what, 8, 10. And in here we go bite symptoms, push back, symptom, sim name, sim cat, symptom. That should be fine. That should be fine. I want to see what happens. It says skipping source check. Oh, of course. Yep. Yeah, because I haven't finished that stuff off. Yep. So all I'm doing at the moment is printing that. The other thing that we need to do is we also need to do it if line is name, then field is name, else if line is description, field description. This is where a dictionary would come in handy. I think I asked earlier, but I've been in and out of work. How far into the game are you? We're setting up the loading and parsing of all of our data. So we're currently just setting up the parsing of the bytes file, which will actually have the animal name, the description of the animal, the description of their byte, what the byte looks like and stuff. Like pixel art image path for the like a drawing of the animal and of the byte, so that we can have like an in-game UI sort of thing, as well as a list of symptoms and a list of treatments for those. So we're getting all of that set up. So that we can start using that data in-game. And then we can start building out the actual details, like the actual dialogue bits and pieces. I'm going to leave it there for now. And then we're going to clear, we're going to make clean, we're going to make again. Then we're going to run it. Okay. Nice. Okay, so we can see here. It's run through. We can see that our parsing is worked. And it is actually creating a symptom for each of the symptoms in this file here. Refuse sweating, localized swelling, numbness around the mouth. Yeah. Nice. That is beautiful. I'm gonna change this to heart. Cool. Excellent. Started passing data to be used in game. Yeah, sweet. Push that up. There is an upstream. Git set URL origin. I pushed this earlier. I pushed to this earlier. Git clone, git at VPS. So git Crikey git. That worked earlier. That worked earlier. Hmm. Like, we've even got... It's all here. What the hell? BPS 977DD44. BPS OVHCA. Okay. There we are. Mission denied. Yes, there we go. All right, cool. Perfect. All right, I'm going to raid out now that we've got that pushed up to my private Git. All right, where are we going tonight? Who do we want to go see? Who do we want to go see? Have a great night, I think you mean. Night. Nighty night. Oh, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. You legend. You're officially a gidunt. The next time you see someone stuffing their gob with food, go up to them and say, "G'day, I'm a gidunt. I'm a legend in my own circle." You are. You are. Make sure to tell people where they can go to become a gidunt too. Yeah. My own circle of one. Hey, still a circle. You can still do a round trip of it. Alright? Let's see. Yeah, there's so much code that I need to clean up that I can't. Mentally, I can't. Not right now, at least, anyway. Anyone got anywhere they want to go? Is it really, though? Janet A. Carr. Who is that? Let's see. Go to survival game. Programming, functional programming. What are they coding in? I mean, yeah, why not? Why not? Let's make some new friends. I hope they don't, I hope they don't mind my emotes. There's the raids. There's the raid call. For the second one is people that don't have the emotes. If you do have the emotes, if you subbed, just grab the first one. I'm back in 8.5 hours to keep working on this. We will get the stuff, the parsing of the data finished tomorrow, so that we have all of our data being loaded in, all of our dialogue being loaded, the bytes, whatnot, questions and answers and such. And then we can start working on the actual dialogue and game loop and stuff, like clicking on the buttons and having stuff pop up and, you know, yeah, all that fun stuff. But yeah, I will see you all in 8.5. Good night, you good dunce.